And I will share my screen here. All right, so let's talk quickly about these different class or classification levels that you see on the screen here. And in your book, they define them much more than I ever would. And I don't want to put you to sleep going through each one of these, but on the commercial side of the house and on the government side of the house, there would be two different types of classification. So typically for something that we see like up here, this would be more government or military, and these would be more commercial. Now, there is some liberal, markings of or labels, if you will, for some of these. But on the DoD side or the military side, usually we see top secret. Usually we see secret. There might be a FOUO in here as well, confidential, but certainly unclassified, right? So on the military side, it's interesting in the book here. I'm just looking at the book on my computer. The way that they define these may be in line with what you would think here. So check it out. Top secret. If disclosed, it would cause grave damage, it says, which, grave damage if disclosed for top secret to national security, grave damage. Whereas secret, they talk about serious damage to national security if disclosed. They say SBU in here. Certainly we could put FOUO in there as well, but they also have confidential, which may be, for me, when I think of confidential, especially on the DoD or on the government side, I think, for contractors, something confidential could be your wrap rate and billing to the customer. For me, that's usually, and essentially, what that comes down to, we talked about it before, is those would be trade secrets, right? Those would be secret sauce that help win the contract for you. I remember that SAIC had the UNITES contract over for NASA, and this is some years ago. And Dynetics came in and won it, and it turned out that it was significantly underbid from what SAIC was, and Dynetics won it, rightfully so. If they can shave off, millions and millions of dollars, why not? And that, as far as the billing, the wrap rates, if think about it, if we know what a competitor is going to bid prior to bidding, we're going to come a dollar before, right? Or a dollar underneath it, because they're going to say the lowest price technically acceptable for the contract, and that's the way that it typically works. So trade secrets, I would put into there, and the unclassified here, they say the data is not sensitive and it's not classified. So what about if we look at these down here and let me add a couple here. So if we have the public, but we also have private, you can put for your eyes only. Usually we see this in spy novels or company secrets that you're looking to maybe do. Every one of these, though, as you're disseminating information, should probably have some sort of cover sheet on it or some sort of marking that is blatant when you just take a look-see at it. Usually what people recommend is that it's at the top of the cover sheet, whatever that label is, because that's the first thing people are going to read from right or from left to right is going to be that marking. So keep that in mind. Let's talk about a few of the things that determine asset security and some of the things that maybe someone like a data owner might be thinking about when they try to determine and classify information that they're in charge of. So the data owner is something that you will most likely see on your exam. And those are typically the people that are in charge of a set of information that may end up pushing up the food chain to other data owner sets of information to create a superset. But a pocket of information, and we're going to talk about a keyword here that you may or may not know already. One of them, a determination here that a data owner might make is what's going to be the usefulness of the data. Can we determine the value of the data? How about the age? That probably comes into play. If we do an impact assessment, what damage would it do to us if it was leaked? And then we can put a proper classification around it. These are things that, if you're making the big bucks, your data owner, are there any legal or regulatory compliance issues? Because the buck starts and stops with you if you are in charge of a specific set of information. Who maintains the maintenance, right? Who maintains it, and not only who maintains it, but how? How is it maintained? Ryan mentioned earlier through change management process. Certainly, I would think that every robust implementation, that's supposed to say CM there for change management. Who maintains that information? How do we disseminate it or copy, reproduce it? Right? Who do we allow to reproduce or copy that information? And what happens? Do we have a backup plan if the data is somehow corrupted? What do we do? So these are all decisions that the data owner, and it's not just for the classification or the controls that they put in place. It really starts with, like we were talking before, this is where this comes into play, the top-down approach, right? And the top-down starts off with senior leadership or senior management. And kind of trickles down from anointed people underneath there. So any of the executive management and the layers of responsibility would be somebody like a CEO, CFO, a CISO. Right here, we see these. And These are typically, you probably already know this from the Security Plus exam, these are people that are oftentimes spearphished. And typically, if that is the case, since they are in a position of power, we call them a whale, or the spearfishing attempt on those people would be a whaling attempt. So man the harpoon, boom, we're going after Barney Big Dog, right? So any of those executive leaderships. And the layers of responsibility in your book, and what ISC Squared wants you to know, are things that we've talked about with some of the laws and compliance that have been put in place. And there's a litany of examples in the cases in the last few decades that you can go and look at the different stiff penalties that people got from abusing those positions of power. Some of them that they talk about here are Enron, Adelphia, Tyco, WorldCom. They mention here the Cendant Corporation CEO Walter Forbes was sentenced to 12 years in prison and ordered to pay $3 billion in restitution when he was convicted of securities fraud. They go through a number of different things here. We mentioned yesterday Martha Stewart. I talked about Elon Musk. So that's important for the executive leadership to set by example and give a path forward for people within their organization. So the data owner is usually a member of management. Come on. This is usually a manager of some kind. And they are ultimately in charge of the protection and use of, and just like I said, a subset of information. So it's just a subset. So usually the data owner underneath them will have these people that are called data custodians. And this is the one that we typically will see on the exam, the custodian. It also could be called the information custodian. And for some reason, I think I know why, but typically when I think of the data custodian, I think of somebody with a, let me see if I can draw it here. They got a dustpan and, maybe a little broom here, and they're walking around and they're actually, picking up garbage. They're taking out the trash. They're basically, you're doing all the grunt work here. But the grunt work on the non-manual labor side of the house is more technical in nature, right? And so usually this is filled by somebody in the IT department or within information security, because there needs to be a lot of controls that are put in place around that. So things like backups, for instance, right? We talked about yesterday, validating the data and validating the integrity of backups as well. So validating the integrity of data. How would you go through and validate the integrity of data? What would be a way that you could do that? One way that I would probably, go ahead. Hashing, okay. Yeah, you could certainly hash it for the integrity. That's a great answer there. Certainly, that would be one way. What'd you say? Some sort of checksum, which is basically a hash, yeah. But in addition to that, not only will you have some sort of non-repudiation check. There's the big word, right? Non-repudiation, which means that you can't deny that something is legit. So it holds up. You can't deny non-repudiation. And in order for us to validate an integrity, it's very, very likely, especially with large amounts of data, that we would need to do some sort of sampling. So let's say we have 1 million records. Instead of looking at 1 million records, we may look at 100,000. A friend of mine that works at a place that does government audits, they said that if they come in and a potential person that needs an audit has 400 controls, what they'll do is they'll sample 80 controls. And if any of those 80 controls don't pass the sniff test, then they kick it back. And then you basically start over, and that's what we would do for any of the security control assessment team or the certification authority. We would do the same thing. Instead of looking at everything, we kind of do a sampling. So that's where the custodian comes in play. So we got the data custodian, we got the data owners, and then we have the system owners. So the system owner typically is in charge of one or more systems. And they could have multiple data owners reporting to them. And then kind of the top-down approach here, the senior management would be the business or mission owners here. And that's typically what we will see. Any questions on that? All right. So these data owners, if we think about, from a high level here, there will be a system. And that system will have a system owner. Right? So that system owner will decree across the land that they want to have a specific taxonomy for naming conventions or ways that backups are created. But typically this refers to, the taxonomy will refer to how do we store files in a common type of way across multiple data owners. So underneath here, I'm going to write DO, and that stands for data owner underneath it. So the system owner will come up with, at a high level, this is how we need to do it. Here's how we need to store it on SharePoint or whatever way they're going to do it. They pass that down the hill here to the data owners. And then the data owners subsequently underneath it may have, a data custodian. They may have somebody who is in security. They may have a change management person underneath them, and maybe a business analyst. Right. So those are different positions that when you read your book, you'll see that those are things that could be of interest. But all the while, these data owners, really what it comes down to is that they essentially become what's called an authoritative data source. An authoritative data source. And this is one of the most important concepts as we dovetail the onion. Remember, going back to the security onion, where in the middle we said data is the oil of the information age, right? And so that concept really comes into play, especially if the system, for this metaphor here that I'm trying to use, is the entire onion, right? If we have a whole onion being the system, and let's say that each one of us that are listening right now are a data owner, we can cut that onion up into n number of parts. Each one of us gets a slice of heaven, a little slice of the system. And essentially, that's kind of what we look through our knot hole, or that's what we look through as our life moving forward. And essentially, what we would then become is authoritative on whatever data we're responsible for. So check it out. Oftentimes, it's a little confusing, but I'm going to try to think about it from a context of a business. Let's say here that with CyberProtect, we have a system that we're responsible for. How about a network that we're responsible for? Underneath it, if we have an org chart here, I may have HR, finance, IT, and how about physical security? We'll just say physical security. Okay. So the segmentation here of this, intuitively, once you think about the word, and this is vernacular that we see in the business all the time, authoritative data store would mean that each one of these business units underneath here, or divisions, or whatever we want to call them, are responsible for a specific subset of information. Right? For instance, the HR may be responsible for collecting your SSN, your first name, your last name, maybe your adder. How about your telephone number? Okay, so HR would also, how about any bennies as well, like a compensation package. Whereas finance might be responsible for your routing information to your bank. They're responsible for payroll. They're responsible for, for lack of, just for example here, I'm going to say performance increase, whereas HR might actually, in reality, be in charge of that, but performance increase or performance evaluations, that sort of thing. But what I'm not showing here is that finance is not in charge of this information, right? So we have the authoritative data source here, and then we have consumers within our organization or within our system, if you will. Consumers of information. So let's keep on trucking here. So IT might be in charge of your email, maybe your password, any access control, logical access control that you have. And some other things. Physical security, maybe in charge of your badge, your maybe a photo, keeping a valid photo on file, and any physical control to buildings or whatever. That's supposed to say physical right there. To buildings, or doors, or rooms, or whatever, right? And so the reason why I bring that up is these guys right here, they could store your SSN, your first name, your last name, your address, your number, and your benefits. They could, absolutely. And they might store it in their subset of information. But why we have an authoritative data store is we want to make sure that we have someone who is in charge of a specific subset of information. Because if each one of these departments here had all of this information and each one of them were updating that information, we would lose what's called referential integrity. So that means that we may have, that's a fancy way to say that there will be inconsistency. So there will be inconsistency, right? So maybe HR has Benjamin, finance may have Ben, IT may have Benny, physical security, maybe I play basketball, the dude called me Big Benny. He puts me in there as Big Benny, right? So all four systems have a different value for the first name. So what do? Well, we bring out the sword, Excalibur, and we knight someone to become that authoritative data store. And what ends up happening here with this organizational, this taxonomy, is usually this, what you see over here, this hierarchy right here, this hierarchical data set that you have in every organization that's out there, this looks an awful lot like the way that Active Directory is organized. This is it. And so each one of these underneath would be an organizational unit. And then for each object underneath, this would be the unique distinguished name, okay? And so we'll talk about this again with directory servers and identity and access management, but for typical organizations, they run 90% of the world runs Microsoft. It will be organized in an organizational unit within a directory server. And in addition to that, each individual will have an object, kind of like what I was talking about earlier this morning, that is called a distinguished name. And that distinguished name is the unique identifier. Typically, in Active Directory, that distinguished name is going to be either your login or your email, typically. And so what we end up doing is around that distinguished name here, this object, we start to have, you guessed it, here I'm using this word again, we start to put metadata or data about data around this object, your user object within the directory server, which is your distinguished name. your login now has a bunch of peripheral data that is surrounding it, right? IT may be responsible, or IT security may be responsible for Active Directory and managing the schema within Active Directory, creating new users in Active Directory. But then once the user is created, we may send it through workflow over to HR and say, hey, yo, HR, before we can actually finish this new hire process, you need to fill out and put in here the SSN, first name, last name, the address of the employee, what's their phone number, what their benefits are. And so underneath access control here, we would lock that information down because that would be sensitive. We would classify that as sensitive, right? The SSN or PII. And so we would lock that down to just people that need to know. So we'd lock it down to just HR, probably, right? And so that data about data is authoritative data, but only viewable to people that are in the know or need to know. And typically for that type of information, that would be in the HR function. Now, these consumers, and I don't want to spend a lot of time on this because I'll talk a little bit more about it, but I want to kind of just throw the warning shot across the bow that this is typically the way that organizations, especially Fortune 500 companies, try to organize information. And it's quite fascinating, if you've never taken a look at it, that these consumers now will ask for a data view, quote unquote, a data view from the authoritative data source. Data view from the authoritative data source. So what does that mean? Does anybody know what a data view means? Yes, what do you mean by that? That's absolutely right. That's absolutely right. So when we talk about data owners, and this is going to be something that's very important. That's why I'm spending a lot of time on it. The data owners become the authoritative data source or subset of information. Right? And so what I can do here, let's say that I have a data owner who is a person. So we'll put Jennifer as our data owner. So Jennifer is in charge of, let's just put some things in here. SSN, first name, last name, DOB, adder, salary, and how about login? So let's say that she is in charge of this information. She is the data owner for this right here. What we can do here is over here, she can tell her data custodian to create these views, and it is something Like in database world, it is called a view. You actually can go in and create a view. That's exactly what you can do. And a view would be a read-only. Just give me a second to build this out. So these views are read-only, and the consumers here, let's say, for brevity purposes, that we create a view that's read-only, and it's for the HR department. Okay? We create one that's for finance. We create one that's for IT. We create one that's for physical security. Here we go. I'm going to circle the wagon. Thank you for being patient with me, right? So what information do each one of these views get filled with? Well, HR, their view may be SSN, first name, last name, date of birth, address, and salary. So no login information for them. All right. Finance, maybe we share the SSN with finance. Certainly the first name, last name. Do they need the date of birth? No, probably not. Probably the address though, because we got to send a check to somewhere. And certainly the salary information. But do they need the date of birth? No. So it's a different view here. Different view, right? So it's a read-only view. They get to see those 5 elements. IT, on the other hand, they don't need the SSN. They might need the first name. They might need the last name of the person. And probably the login information. Whereas physical security, they probably need the first name and the last name, and maybe the address of the person, maybe, right? And so these read-only views give each one of these departments a hook to an authoritative data store. So why do I say it's a hook? Well, because it's read-only. And if they need to make a change, they can't make a change to that data because this is a pull, right? They're pulling that data from the authoritative data store over there. If a change needs to be made, you brought this up earlier, if they see a change over here, so let's say these guys over here, they see a change that's needed, so that's supposed to be C and I, right? Sorry. They see a change that's needed. What they'll do is they will submit a change request to this data owner, and then this data owner has a decision to make with the workflow. Does she approve it? Or does she deny it? All right. And so that's typically why I spend a little bit more time on this authoritative data stores, is because the subset of information becomes very important with these data views. And at a higher level, we may also have another data owner that's over here that may be responsible for other information, but not this information, because Jennifer is responsible for that. So these other data owners would have metadata that they would keep that would have some sort of hook back into this authoritative data source. And the same thing for reciprocity here between Jennifer and this data owner number 2. We may tie these two together through a seed like the login, because that's something unique. Or maybe easiest way to think about it is the SSN, although we don't want to be sharing the SSN with people, right? I remember at NASA, they decided that they would no longer share the SSN. That was before I got there. They decided that they would no longer share the SSN as the primary key or the identity seed between being the authoritative data store and everybody else. So what they came up with is this thing that they called a UUPIC, which is coincidentally is a 9-digit numeric, and it was the universal, that's right, NASA, universal, unique, personal, that's right, that's what they called it, identification code. And so, the idea, this again was before I was there, the idea was, hey, we're not going to use the SSN, but we're going to use this one instead. But, after a few years of using it, this now became PII because, internally, at least within the, 100,000 people within NASA, if somebody knew what your UUPIC was, they could also, kind of, matriculate their way back up here and maybe get some other stuff. So, just keep that in mind that you need to have something unique that you can kind of tie everything together. And there's a bunch of different things that you can use for that information. All right. So the last thing that we're going to do here in this domain is talk about data at rest, data in motion. I think that actually the book calls it data in transit. What's that? Data in transit? Nope. They say data at rest, data in motion, and data in use. Data at rest, data in motion, and data in use. Okay, so easy way for us to think about this here, different color, is at rest is how the information is going to be stored. Data in motion is how it's going to be transported between parts of the system or between systems. And finally here, the data in use is how the data is actively going to be used by the system. And so that becomes quite important when we start talking about cryptography and many of the other topics within um, the security engineering domain. Give me an example of a way that we could potentially put control in place to protect data at rest. Yeah, any type of encryption for data at rest. Usually, I'm just making sure here. Usually things like whole disk encryption or full disk, whole or full disk encryption. And the idea here is that with data at rest, yeah, that's right. So data at rest, this would be anything like a hard drive on a hard drive, or maybe an auxiliary device, like a external hard drive or optical disk or something like that. So full disk encryption would be one way that we can protect data at rest, whole disk encryption. Whereas data in motion, what may we use to try to protect data in motion? Something like IPsec, good. Maybe a VPN. Certainly SSL or TLS if we're trying to protect web browsing. So data in motion would be encrypted in that particular regard. So the data in use typically is, is volatile memory. So things like in the cache or in RAM. How can we protect that? And that, in my opinion, when it's in use, this is probably the most difficult to protect data when it's in use. Why? Why do I say that? Yeah, there's not very many ways at all to protect the data while it's in use. I mean, we have to be able to do our job. We got to be able to see it. It's got to be unencrypted. So that's typically what we say for each one of these is encryption or cryptography is tried to put around many of these right here to try to prevent data loss or data leakage. And usually you'll hear people say DLP, data loss prevention. So how would we be able to implement data loss prevention into our environment? One of the biggest issues that we see with data at rest, data in motion, data in use, especially in a corporate environment, one of the biggest issues with DLP that we see is with mobile devices. Not only cell phones, so this would be issues, not only cells, but laptops. So what do we do for those? Well, Microsoft has a solution for everything, it seems like. They use Microsoft Intune to put an agent on each device that allows you to remote wipe the device. And so those are some ways that you can try to protect it one way or another. All right, so the last thing here that I want to mention. Yep, that's it. That's the last thing. All right, so the last thing that I want to mention here is deleting does not remove. Maybe I'll throw permanently on there. And then you can hopefully intuitively know where I'm going with this. So if we just try to delete something, a naive approach to probably 99% of the people out there would think that, hey, I'm going to delete it, it's gone, booyah. But from a forensic expert, whether it's mobile devices or any type of hard drive that can still power on, that's important that it powers on, we can typically resurrect that information. So what do I mean by that? Well, the destruction of information is super important. And down here, you see there is this word, really, really small here, that is called zeroization. And if you're a NIST junkie, the NIST 888 gives you guidelines for media sanitization. And typically, I think, and I'd have to go back and double check here, but I think that this particular guidance from NIST overwrites it with ones and zeros on the disk 8 times. So if it's a terabyte drive, there's a program that will write the entire disk with just ones and zeros, and then it'll wipe it. And then they'll pop it with ones and zeros again, and then they'll wipe it. And then they'll throw ones and zeros. And in the effect here, or with the intent that after it's been zeroed out, quote unquote, zeroed out, it can be disseminated. In reality, now, hardware is so cheap that usually people physically destroy it, like putting it into an actual chipper or a shredder of some kind. I think Iron Mountain, isn't that one of them? Iron Mountain still does do that? Anybody know? Yeah. Okay. So that's somebody here in town. I don't know how big they are, but I know they do that. So the last thing here, is there's a key word. So you know, if you're saying, hey Ben, you know what, you know, here's $100. Tell me what you think is going to be on the exam. I'd be surprised if zeroization wasn't on your exam. You know, for a way to try to clear out data from a piece of hardware. I'd be surprised if that wasn't there. Okay? Storage media. And another one that you will see is degaussing. I think that's got 2 S's there. Some people say degaussing. And that's basically if there is a magnetic stripe or something that has magnetic field patterns on it, because a lot of disks store in magnetic field patterns. What this will do is it will remove or reduce the magnetic field patterns on any conventional disc or tapes or optical or anything that it could. So that's degaussing. And there are some it's a pretty high end magnet that you put it on it, and however many minutes later it tells you complete. But I'd be surprised if both of those weren't on your exam. Whether or not both of those work, you as the security expert, you make the call. What I would recommend is to physically destroy, which is, unfortunate, because there's a lot of people that don't have devices that would definitely benefit from our 3-year-old technology. If we're thinking Moore's Law, every 3 years we need to upgrade our technology. But physically destroy it is the best way. And I mean putting it through like a chipper or something like that that's industrial size. While these techniques have been proven to work, you certainly can do those, but physically destroying it would probably be the best way. All right, any questions about asset security before we move on to the next episode? All right, so for those of you that are still online and not sleeping, let's just go through and I'll put a couple questions in the chat here to see who was listening and who wasn't. Okay. Oh, you're awake. Okay, good. Thank you. Thanks for letting me know. Senior executives is what we were looking for there. Senior executives. And I would caution you, at least for purposes of this exam, I would caution you to use a different word like manager for that. Because an executive, so you don't want to call a secretary an administrative assistant, or is it the other way around? Administrative assistant, secretary. Same thing is you don't want to call a senior executive a manager, because they are different. One actually does have, they may be held liable. An executive may be held liable for their corporation. Okay. All right. What about this next one here? Oh yeah, this is a good one. You guys are gonna like this. 2 words. Alicia, no. Brian, no. That's right. Jennifer, yes. Brandon, yes. Doug, yes. Yeah. So for that one, the data owner is the manager in charge of the specific business unit and ultimately responsible for protection and use of specific subset of information. That should be the giveaway there, the subset of information. Okay, what about this one? Data owners specify the classification of data and blank blank implement and maintain controls to enforce the set classification levels. Yes, Alicia. So remember in my drawing here, I know there's a lot going on here. Yeah. So the data owner, underneath the data owner, they may have 1 to N data custodians underneath them. And remember, the custodians implement and maintain controls to enforce the set classification levels. They can also perform backups. They can do a litany of other things as well. So yeah, the data custodian is what we were looking for there. Okay, good. Amos. Does it make sense now, Amos? Okay, good. All right. What about this guy right here? Data remnants. That's a big word. Yeah, good, Alicia. Yeah, Doug, good. Yeah, Ryan. Yeah, Jennifer, good. That's right, Amos, good. Yeah, yeah. That's another word. Residual data. Yeah, absolutely. Usually people say remnants, though. What's left over or what's left behind? The remnants. Residual data, sure. Yeah. Okay. So how about this? That's right. Good. Good. So yeah, what we were looking for there is zeroization, and essentially it overwrites it, right? Good. Everybody got that? All right. So what is the process of removing or reducing the magnetic fields? Yep, good. How about that? Good. Jennifer? Good. Ryan? That's right. Good. Good. Doug? Good. Amos? Yeah, Alicia, no. No. Yeah. Brandon, that sounds like you must have created a data view before. Yep. That definition. Snapshot of a stored query of data. And that's exactly what it is. A data view. It's a query, a structural query language. Yeah, that's exactly what it is. But it's read only, right? So with any type of interaction with the database, usually people, and we'll talk about this with software, usually people say the CRUD. So it's create, can you create data? Can you read data? Can you update data? And can you delete data? So in this particular case, the view would be just a read-only form of the CRUD. That's right, I don't make that up. Okay. So take a deep breath. Let me ask a few more questions here. Totally different topic. You either know it or you don't. If you miss this one right here, you may want to make a note card. Brandon, yes. Ryan, yes. Jennifer, no. Alicia, no. Doug, yes. So switches, they say switches get stitches. Oh no, that's something totally different. Snitches get stitches. Switches talk from MAC address to MAC address at layer 2 of the OSI model. Layer 2 of the OSI model, which is the data link layer. And if you read a little bit about that data link layer, there's actually 2 sub layers underneath that. There's the logical link layer and the media access control layer. I think that's what those are called. Somebody can go verify that. But there's 2 sub layers. One of them actually says MAC, the MAC address. So switches talk on layer 2 of the OSI model, the data link layer. All right, staying with that, which layer of the OSI model uses routers and allows IP address to talk to IP address? Yes, Brandon. Good. Good, Doug. Good, Ryan. Good, Amos. Good, Alicia. This one to me is more intuitive. Whereas, when I was first learning this many, many moons ago, the switches I just had to kind of memorize. And then when I started playing with switches, then it kind of came to life. but IP address is directly related to network, so layer 3 of the OSI model, right? So that's what we were looking for there. Layer 3, the network, it allows routers to talk to IP address and IP address. So subnote here, I mentioned yesterday, I think Ryan and I were talking about this thing that is called the CAM table, and that is the content addressable memory that essentially gets built as the routing device becomes more involved in the network. So it starts off with nothing, starts sending out ARP and RARP, and then SNMP to try to keep everything updated in its CAM table. So basically, it's like a little database that allows you to know where the OSPF is and all the other nodes on the network. So I think I owed you one for that. And you know what? I should have probably getting old. All right. So hopefully you feel like you're being productive and you have a chance to at least know what you don't know. Because we're about to get silly with this next domain. And that is security engineering. Next domain is security engineering. So let's go through. All right, so let's go through, and we'll do these, and then we'll go to lunch. We'll do these questions, and we'll go to lunch. So instead of us going around the horn and having you read it out loud and from the bottom up, and then because I don't want to spend an hour going through these questions here. I'm going to put it up here for about 30 seconds and put the answer you think in the chat window, and then we'll go from there. All right, so the answer we were looking for here is a degausser. Degausser. So anytime that I personally see this right here, magnetic force, it's going to be a degausser. Okay. All right. CD-ROM. What's the most secure way to dispose of information on a CD-ROM? Yep. Physical destruction. Good. So here is the keyword, right? Critical, quote unquote, data. All right. So for this one, B and I think A don't make sense. So the 50-50 would be between these two. Critical data would be instrumental for business operations here. So D is the best answer. D is the best answer. All right, let's keep on going. In order to speed up disk access, an organization may what? Good, Doug. Good, Ryan. Good, good. Yep, yep. All right, everybody got that. Stripe data across several drives. Several drives. Excellent. All right. An administrator level access should to I'm sorry, administrator level access to a system should only be granted That's right, Doug. Yeah, right. A lot of people pick that one. Okay. Okay. Interesting. Okay. Let's take a look at this. So administrator level access to a system should only be granted. So at the primary location and not for remote access. Um, I really don't even know what that means. Um, I mean, that would suck if you had to be at the primary location to have administrative access. So, no, that doesn't make sense. Uh, when there are service emergencies, well, that would be a nightmare. Try to get people to create admin level. So, no. So then we got a 50-50 between these two for the shortest time possible and to trusted users. I look at that word and I think, what is a trusted user? And just because I trust somebody, am I going to give them an administrator level access? Probably not. So to me, Bravo would be the best answer. Yep, Bravo is the answer here. I'm struggling with D here. I don't know. For DAPM?
But it's
Yeah.
all about how it's.
Yeah.
Are you doing it remote access to the network that you have or remote access to
Yeah.
unless that's
Right. But that you have on your DoD hat for, right? And that's kind of looking through that eye hole right there. I totally understand it from that context. But
And if you're like on travel and your laptop gets compromised and
okay.
your account's got all this access,
Mhm.
maybe?
Maybe. But here it says only and yes, and we probably after this should say and it needs to be suspect for periodic review, right? So maybe every 30 days you're going through and seeing who has root access. All right, so let's keep going. The use of a knowledge management system may help a help desk to what? Yeah, good. Ryan, yes. Brandon, yes. Jennifer, yes. Amos, yes. So typically, an artifact that we will see from these KMS or knowledge management systems is, and we see it all the time, a frequently asked questions might be something from a knowledge management system. So A is the best answer. All right. How about this one? Which of the following control techniques require separate entities operating in concert to complete a task? Jennifer, yes. Alicia, no. Brandon, yes. Doug, yes. Amos, yes. Ryan, yes. So to me, what this means is, to me, this means one or more. I'm sorry, more than one, right? Separate entities. Uh, so this means together in concert. And so it can't be joint ownership. It's not the principle of least privilege. Separation of duties is used to detect fraud typically. And it doesn't say anything about fraud up there. So dual control is what I was talking about. You know, two people with two different keys that cannot be turned on by the same person. That's dual control. I was just thinking of a show that I sometimes watch when I have free time called Dual Survivor. You ever watch that? No. Two people put out in the middle of the wilderness. They have to survive. It's on the Discovery Channel. All right, let's do a few more of these and then we'll break for lunch. Why are user IDs critical in the review of audit trails? Yeah, yeah. So B is the best answer here. All right, this one's a little tricky. Mainframe computer. These are still used. Mainframes are still used, but not as regular. It's a little tricky. Don't spend a lot of time on it. All right, this one is reconcile control total. So with mainframes, you probably won't see something like this on the exam. But with mainframes, they actually have a reconciliation process, and they actually do have control totals. Most of the time, on top of a mainframe now, there is some sort of web server that's serving up data from a mainframe. Now, if you don't know this right here, that's okay. What you should have been able to do here with this is you should have been able to say, well, programmers should not be able to change production data. They probably should not be able to initiate transactions. So now I got a 50-50. And then you might have to guess between those two. All right, this is a good one here. All right. So let me see if I can explain this one a little bit. So when I was growing up, let me take a step back. So my mom is from Panama, and it's always interesting whenever I go up for my clearance that she's an American citizen born abroad. So that always comes up. They always give me a little bit more. I was born in Manassas, Virginia, but my mom met my dad when my dad was in the Army, and he was stationed down in Panama. And then they moved up to Virginia, and then we moved down to Florida. Just give you a little historical here. And so my mom, growing up in that tropical environment, came accustomed to certain things. So when we moved to Florida, my dad, he built these things that are called aviaries. He built an aviary in our backyard, and it was just like a big bird cage. And this bird cage, he had, some finches in there. He had some parakeets in there. And some other pretty exotic looking things. No parrots, because those were a little too loud. But some other things. We probably had like maybe 10 different birds in this massive, 20 by 40 aviary, because my dad loved birds. But what you're supposed to do with a bird, let's say I have a bird, right? And this bird has these wings that are coming out here. That's right. That's the way I'm drawing it. And as they're flying, they kind of go through the air. What you do with the bird is you lift up its wing, and underneath it here, underneath the wing, there's 3 feathers that you can clip a little bit for bird enthusiasts, I guess, that like to hold them in captivity, that if the door swings open or somehow, the cage has a hole in it, the birds can fly almost like a duck to the point where maybe 15, 20 feet, and then they would coast to the ground. So their wings are clipped because they can get to a certain threshold and then they're going to come right back down. It doesn't necessarily hurt them, but it almost is like declawing a cat, for lack of a better way to describe it. So you clip the bird's wings, quote unquote, to not allow them to fly anymore. And with clipping levels in the IT world or information security world, usually this is associated with different thresholds. And the thresholds typically are, the most common one is account lockout. So, you reach 3 password attempts and, it's going to lock you out for a period of time. And so that threshold would put us, the answer here would be A, violations for that threshold. And boom, there we go. All right, how about this one? When an organization is determining which data is sensitive, it must consider all the following except what? All the following except, so if it's sensitive, you have to consider the age of the data, if there's any legislation or regulations, and if you have a customer, what's the expectation from the sensitivity level. We don't care how much data there is. So the quantity of data would be the except here. We don't care how much data there is. We still have to protect it some way or another. Okay, so let's see. This is one that I get a lot of people rolling their eyes at me on. Recovery controls attempt to what? Recovery controls attempt to what? Yeah. Return to normal operations. This is a good one. This next one's a good one. Kind of tough. Okay. So emergency fixes. I look at this right here and I think that's an absolute. And unless I'm 100% sure that it is 72 hours, I'm going to get rid of that. Be performed only by the normal change control procedures. Yeah, probably. So I'll keep that. Be scrutinized subsequently to ensure that they were performed correctly. Well, yeah, absolutely. They need to be able to do that. So now we got those two. Be implemented as rapidly as possible. Yeah. But rapidly, yeah, it is an emergency fix. So those two words kind of go hand in hand. But anybody who's been involved in something like that, where you do have an issue, yes, but I think that that's not as good of an answer as B and C here. Normal change control. Now that I'm looking at this, normal change control procedures, I would think personally that just being involved with some big shops before, that implies long time. Normal change procedures. So Bravo to me would be the best answer here. Let's see. Yeah. So it says, I have a note here. Okay, weeks. Yeah, I agree with that. I have a note here. It says emergency fixes should be documented, subject to normal change management disciplines, scrutinized and reviewed by the installation owner. So that doesn't really help, other than saying that B or C could probably be the answer here. But I think B is probably the better answer here. And certainly ISC squared thinks so as well. All right, let's keep going. A few more and then we'll break for lunch. Which of the following is not a reason to protect audit logs? Not a reason. All right, so these are tough. These are tough. And they say ISC squared says there are no double negative questions. But some of them teeter right on that. And so what I typically do, and this is just me, so you do you. Which of the following, after I read it and I read everything, I'll go back and read it again, and then I'll probably go back and read it again, and then I'll probably go back and read it again. But then after I get to it the fourth time, I'll say, okay, which of the following is a reason to protect the logs? Because then I should be able to get one of them that is not. And so which one is? Modification may impede investigation. Yeah. So yeah, I definitely want to protect it from that. An attacker may try to alter them. Yeah. So we need to protect it from an attacker. They may contain confidential information. Yeah. Hopefully not, though, if it's an audit log. But yes, yes, and yes. So standard format is critical for automated processing. Well, we don't need to protect a standard format. So that is not a reason to protect it. That's absolutely 100% is needed, a standard format, so you can have automated processing, but it's not a reason to protect the audit logs. So D, delta. Yeah, D, delta. All right, let's do another one. Audit logs should record all the following except, but here we go again. Except what? That's right. Yep, that's right, Jennifer. Yes, Doug. Yes, Amos. Yes, Alicia. Good. All right, so let's take a look at this. All audit logs should record all the following except changes to user permissions. Yeah, it absolutely should. Failed access attempts. Gosh, I hope so. System performance measurements. Probably not in audit logs. Successful access attempts. Yes. So audit logs should do this, should do that, should do that. Except here would be Bravo. So I have a note here. The audit data will reveal that a specific user accessed the file, the time of access, and the type of access. All right, here we go. Let's do one more. The role of information custodian should not include what? Should not include. Awful lot of these nots in here. Remember, this is the information custodian or data custodian, right? Should not include what? All right, so let's do that little trick here. The role of the information custodian should include what? Ensuring the availability of the data? Yeah. Establishing retention periods for the data? Usually that's the data owner that does that. Regular backups of the data? Yeah. Restoration of lost or corrupted data? Yep. So they do those, but they do not include Charlie. So the answer here is Charlie. Oh, this one's pretty easy, but I think there's only 20 here. So let's just plow through these last three. Concept of least privilege involves what? I'll give you 10 seconds. Yeah. Authorization levels. Good. This next one is a really, really interesting question, and it'll be interesting to see if you guys can get it. Scheduling backups must be done We'll give you 15 seconds here. So I'm not saying all the time, but a lot of times when we do if we think of that little trick that I was telling you, I think on Monday, any absolutes are suspect immediately, right? So let's just check it out. Scheduling backups must be done at least weekly for all offsite storage. Well, weekly is that absolute. So immediately I think, nope. Dependent on the risk and volatility of the data. I mean, I can't eliminate that right off the get-go. This one says hourly for all incremental backups. I don't know. if it's hourly? What about every 10 minutes? What about every 5 minutes? Daily for the full image backups. Are we going to do them daily? Are we going to do them weekly? I don't know. There's no guidance from ISC squared or best practice on that. So I think that it's independent, and really C is the best answer. So good job, everybody who got that. All right, that's it. That's all she wrote here. So why don't we do this? Why don't we take a lunch break until 1 o'clock? We'll give you an hour and 4 minutes. So we'll go 1300. Come on back at 1300. We're going to jump into security engineering and probably get into communications and network security as well, with the intent that we'll cover some cryptography this afternoon and have a little bit of fun from there. Okay, so we'll see you at 1300. 1300.
How you doing, Ben?
Hey, man. Doing well. How you doing?
After playing around with PowerShell this morning, trying to get that Fire IBM to work. So, sat there, I haven't done a ton of PowerShell, so it's been fun. Anytime I've come to a bug and I'm like, or a point, I'm like, I don't know what that means. Let's go to Google.
Looking it up. All right. Welcome back. Let's go ahead and get started here. So we've gone through, we talked about security and risk management, and one of the most important things, asset security. And now we're going to jump into security engineering. So this is one of the more robust domains in all of the curriculum. And if you just take a look at which I think that you guys did last night. I just want to show you here. $251 to $476. I mean, that is a lot of information. And, you know, that 220 some odd pages, there's a lot going on there. A lot going on. So between this particular domain, security engineering, and communication and network security domain, I would say that that's probably nearly half the book, those two domains right here. Okay, security engineering and communication network security. Why do I mention that? Well, because there's a wealth of information there. Wealth of information. Heads up. Okay. And so it begins right now with the security engineering. So let's jump right in and see what we can do here. So three main areas that security can take place at: the end user, the place that the data is stored, so where the data is stored, wherever that is, you know what? I'm going to share my screen. It's probably going to be helpful here. And so with that, the third thing here is being able to restrict users' activity. So, you know, there's certain things that we can do at these places, and there may be some more, but essentially the protection, we need to take a look at how we can restrict the user's activity. We need to take a look at where the data is stored and the end user system. So either the end user itself or the end user system. And we need to identify how we can place mechanisms, protection mechanisms at all the main areas within an environment that we're engineering. And so we do that here, and you probably remember this. We've seen it a few times now, practicing the defense in-depth approach. And if you recall, this is a layered security approach that is kind of like peeling back the layers of the onion here for the third or fourth time. So hopefully you don't start to cry when you peel back the layers of the onion. But here in the middle, this is what we are trying to protect. All right. And then as we move further away, and I've said this a few times here, close to the thing that we want to protect, we're going to spend a lot of money. And, you know, we'll just put, how about 6 different dollar signs in there? Then, maybe $5 signs, and then it would get smaller as we move to the periphery. And as we move closer here, you can kind of see they become less technical. So as we move away, spatially diffuse, if you will, from the center. So spatially from center, the controls become less technical. As you can kind of see here, policies and procedures, the guards, the locks. I guess biometrics would be technical still. Firewall, VPN, network intrusion detection system, any type of logging, operating system hardening, access control list. And so each one of these, you can see at the top here, application, the host, the internal network. How would we be able to put protection on each of these layers to make sure that we're practicing security in a way that we feel confident. And you may never feel confident. You know, that's something to think about, is that there is so many different things that are out there that could potentially go wrong with any implementation that we do, that all we can do is the best job that we can possibly get trained to do, to practice security. And hopefully over time we get better at it. Maybe we hire consultants that come in that help us lock things down. And so what I'd like to do here is, right off the get-go, let's just go through and take a look at a practical exercise here. So when we talk about anything dealing with risk management, and specifically in this context, security engineering, what can we do to protect those assets that we have? And in this case, if we were in charge of security at Fort Knox, where supposedly there's bars and bars and bars of gold, if money was not an object, what controls would you put in place to deter, delay, detect, assess, and recover? So check it out here, right? If we go in and let's say that I make this birthday cake looking thing, but for our purposes here, we'll go ahead and call it a big old pile of gold. What if I said that here's the pile of gold? What can you do to put layers of protection around this thing to deter, delay, detect, assess, and recover? What I'd love for you to do is either electronically or on paper, draw the pile of gold in the center of the sheet of paper or on a PowerPoint or something, because you can share your screen, and then be creative as best as you can. Some of you are probably better drawers than others, right? So be creative and let's come up with, if you were in charge and money was no object, what would you do to try to protect this big old pile of gold here that you're in charge of? So I'm going to give you, how about 7 minutes? 7 minutes here. And then we'll go around the horn and see who has the best idea for engineering a solution to protect the big old pile of gold that is in here in Fort Knox. So we'll give you 7 minutes. 7 minutes. 3 minutes, 3 minute warning. All right. So who wants to go first here? Who wants to share their screen and show your world? Anyone? Anyone? All right, thank you. Let's go ahead. Jennifer, go ahead. You're first. Can you share your screen? Yes.
All right. So, first on the outside, we've got our garden trolls. Everyone look. Got some landmines.
Oh.
Strategically placed.
Landmines.
I mean, we gotta protect the goal.
You have to.
Yeah. From there, we have a 6-foot wall with barbed wire going around it.
Okay.
On each corner are armed guard towers. Along
The big black ball right there.
Yeah.
Okay.
Along the wall, we've got floodlights. Light up the area so nobody can sneak up on us.
That's good.
You've got one entrance, one exit. So you're restricted people coming in and out.
One way in, one way out.
That first entrance of the 60-foot wall has got a 3-factor authentication. We've gone with 5, but
I mean,
didn't think about it till now. Between that entrance and the door to the 6-foot vault for the building, you've got a man trap area.
Okay. That's what that is right in between there.
That yellow goldish
Yeah.
color. From there, you've also got an alarm system within this whole area. So, and guard patrols as well. Why not outside and inside? And then to get to the gold, you gotta go through another door with 3 or 5-factor authentication. And that wall, basically the gold's in a 6-foot vault. Or the walls are 6 feet thick. Reinforcement.
Wow. That's thick. That's thick. Well, that's fantastic. I love it. I love it. Great job there. I love that. All right. Who's next? Alicia, can you share your screen? Okay, Amos, go ahead. Amos, you're up. You volunteered. Thank you.
Okay, now you should be able to hear me.
Yeah, we can hear you.
So yeah, similar to what she had, I have a wall on each side. This is kind of a cutaway view, a moat outside the wall, landmines closer to the building, guard towers that are elevated with guns, one on top of the roof, anti-aircraft guns, as well as anti-personnel bulwarks or whatever here. And then each piece of gold has a tracking device on it as well.
Oh, a tracking device. So you got a moat. You got these turret-mounted towers, anti-aircraft guns on top.
Yep.
And tracking devices on each piece of gold.
Yep. And cameras. I'm not the best artist, but little cameras everywhere here too. So.
I mean, I think that's great, man. I think that's great. Awesome job. Thank you. All right, who's next? Oh, there we go, Alicia. Can you share your audio? Oh, you'll go next. Okay, go next. All right, Ryan, what about you? You my guy?
Yeah.
All right, let's see what you got. I mean, whatever way you want to, spin it. Go ahead, man. Whatever works.
So I started from the inside out, put the gold in the safe, have the safe in a restricted area, have the safe boarded by armed guards, have that building with motion laser, infrared detectors, and cameras. Have the safe in a building that has an elaborate maze.
Oh,
Doesn't have to be when you're in the building.
that sounds pretty cool.
Post armed guards outside the building, place balls around the building.
For some reason, I was thinking of the movie The Maze when you said that, and having those like spider robot thingies. Man, that'd be kind of neat.
No, just have some German shepherds.
Ooh. Now we're talking. Yeah, like it.
Have some minefields in the grass surrounding the building. An electric fence surrounding the perimeter. Guard towers with armed guards, running patrols, guards with dogs, UAV surveillance of the property. Machine gun bunkers placed in a strategic location for the field of fire. Utilize biometrics for all access to the property.
Well, that's fantastic. I would have loved to seen some pictures as well. And it's okay, if you're not cool with that, that's that's okay.
I tried drawing with paint last night for one exercise.
That's funny. Well, good job there. All right. Anybody else want to go? All right. So what you got here, Doug?
Sorry, I'm trying to figure out how I could unmute the mic.
Oh, that's okay.
Well, I didn't have paint, so I didn't use paint. I would first assess the current security policy, so posture, not policy, just policy, process, procedures. Create training for employees, deter, detect, use strategic lighting, adjust employment practices. I probably do this one in at the last second, but post warning signs around fence perimeter, deter, place non-scalable fencing with camera system, deter, detect, place guard shack at the entrance with traffic for traffic control, delay, deter, armed guards, deter, man traps, delay, cameras centered around the building, detect. Use locked doors, bad entry pin, delay, internal protected vault with alarm and internal camera. Alarm sensitive areas within the building, define steps to recover during an incident.
Okay. That's fantastic. Good. Non-scalable fence. Non-scalable fence. That sounds pretty cool.
I heard it the other day.
right, good. All right, Alicia, do you want to take us to the promised land here?
Sure. Can you now?
Oh yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, great. Sorry about that. Technical difficulties. So I like to get silly with my protectable. And so surrounding one way in, one guard. And so the guard will actually create you a password. Well, not a password, but more of a PIN. And so it's a timed limit to the other gate with a guard who create white sharks in there. And once you get to the other gate, you'll be given another pin that is also time sensitive. The key in there, and then you're able to see they have cameras inside of them, and yeah, that's it.
Well, that looks awesome. Now, I would say great job. There's one thing that I want to do with comment on that. Is that water
Okay.
with sharks? Is that what that is?
Yeah, it is water. Great white sharks at that.
Great white shark. So it's not brackish water. That's actually salt water. Okay, fantastic.
Yeah, that's
Love
water.
it. So you guys here just experienced something, and we're going to talk about this a little bit further. I don't know if the rest of the folks also experienced the same thing, but one thing I can tell you is that with a giggy connection, latency is not on my side. And why do I say that? Well, for Alicia, are you hardwired in, or are you wireless then right now at your house or wherever you're at?
Wireless.
Okay, so that's what I thought. So what just happened there is any type of voice over IP or any type of streaming media, any type of games, online, multiplayer games, will go over UDP. And UDP is different than TCP, right? TCP we talked about yesterday, or maybe the day before, I don't remember. It's all running together. But we talked about that being that TCP needs to make a connection, and then it maintains that connection once it's established. So UDP is connectionless, and it's a connectionless oriented protocol. And so that's why people typically, when they refer to UDP, they say it's a fire and forget. And so what we just experienced on our side, Alicia, over here, and I'm not sure if the rest of the folks did as well, but with any type of voice over IP or an online game or even a movie like you're watching, like on Netflix or Amazon Prime or Hulu or whatever you're watching it on, any type of UDP, it doesn't care if you are having a constant established connection, because it just continually will pump out to you. It's a fire and forget. Now, why do I mention that? Well, what we heard over here is every third or fourth word would start to come in on the audio, and then it would kind of catch up real quick. And sometimes it would overlap, and it would kind of break up a little bit. And so why do I mention that? It's not to harp or cut anything down on anybody. It's more about if it was a TCP connection, then TCP would not be able to handle this much data going on at one time. With, we got 8 people connected to video, we're connected to audio, and so it's pumping out over the wire, right? And so if there is a hurdle somewhere between the place that's sending out the messages or the video or the audio. If there's a hurdle somewhere, whether it's a congestion on the network or latency, or maybe the network, you're far away from the wireless access point, so your bandwidth will go down. If that's the case, what we typically will see is either you'll see it start to spin, like it's a buffer, and then it'll all of a sudden come in and kind of fast forward like 10 or 15 seconds, and then you got to kind of rewind it back a little bit. Or if it's audio, then typically that's what we hear when it's audio. So it could be broken up, or maybe we get one word in over here, and then that other word comes in over top of it. It's just because with UDP, it doesn't care. It's just going to send it out anyway. It doesn't even care if anybody's listening, right? That was just kind of interesting, because we're going to talk about that later on in the afternoon when we get into communications and network security. But great job on that, Fort Knox. Hopefully you enjoyed it. You guys that were able to show it. Anybody else want to show before we keep everything going here? Anybody? Give everybody a chance. All right, so check it out here. It's kind of apropos here, and I think later on I have it down on another slide, but I want to go ahead and talk about it right now. So with security engineering, and especially if you're, designing either network architectures or physical architectures, and mostly from the physical standpoint, we want to practice what's called CPTED. And that is crime prevention through environmental.
Should I share the screen again?
Yeah, let me do that right here. Environmental design. Thank you. So with this CPTED, I'm sharing it right now. Stand by. I think, it just natively, oftentimes we as humans kind of do this anyways, where kind of like what you guys were showing, we take our environment, try to practice crime prevention with whatever surrounding we have. And so this CPTED is kind of a neat concept. I actually had a law enforcement officer that came in and was talking about how they were trained with CPTED to look for things that may be broken. So like, for instance, a gate that maybe is a little bit open, or a window that may be open, or a light that may be flickering. And it really makes sense if you've never heard about it before. Let me go through and help define it here. So back in the 60s, they started to have a discipline that would outline how the proper design of a physical environment could reduce crime by directly affecting human behavior. And it's quite fascinating if you've never seen it before. So this isn't just for the physical security programs, but for neighborhoods, for towns, for cities. And what it does is it takes a look more at, from the architectural standpoint, and it looks at things like landscaping, not to be confused with manscaping, entrances, facility and neighborhood facility and neighborhood. The way they're laid out. Some of you brought this into play. Lighting, road placement, and any type of traffic patterns. And so, especially when we're talking about physical security, you know, that could be a bunch of different things. With landscaping, you know, if we want people to, let's say that we have a, let's say we have a facility here, and let's just look at Walmart. I'll draw like a typical Walmart. So in front of Walmart here, they may have two entrances. Up top here, maybe they'll put some sort of camera here, a camera here, a camera here. And basically, so they have a 360-foot or degree view of everything around the external of the property. The ingress here of the property would and also have an egress, and then they kind of guide the sheep, if you will, to different places coming onto the property or going out of the property. And so let me just draw this out real quick. And so what this is we basically tell people this is the way that you can go, and then they can come in and hopefully it'll be as safe as possible. So that includes putting bollards up in front here. Maybe, you know, fences along the side here. You know, the way the road and directionally here, there may be, you know, a stop sign right here where that's there, and then there might be a stop sign over here as well. So people come in, they'd have to stop there while pedestrians come in and out. So this crime prevention through environmental design really helps to lay out the facility. You know, people can come this way, they can go here, but also it helps to lay out the parking lot. So if I just kind of sketch in a parking lot here, and, you know, over here we got it going one way and then another way, and then maybe this is not, it's kind of got the fishbone pattern for parking spots. You know, people can come in here, they can park over there, maybe they can go this way. But one of the things to consider here is not only the flow of traffic, but also any lighting that's out in the parking lot. And so this lighting would have to be placed strategically here that allows almost a Venn diagram kind of coverage in the parking lot. And so when we kind of build that out, now we have, you know, the lighting, we have the periphery of surveillance going on here, the road placement coming in and out of the property. I mean, I didn't really do a good job with the traffic patterns, but, you know, the traffic patterns and the way that we kind of make people go in and out. Conversely, you know, we may also consider something like, you know, a big football stadium. Let's say you're going down to a football stadium somewhere, and there's a walkway to the football stadium, and then over here there's a big parking lot. Over here there's a big parking lot. What they may do is they may throw big old holly bushes right in here to get you to not cut through, and maybe they want to kind of lead the cattle going in this way. And that's kind of a really simple approach to helping people make decisions. And it's kind of interesting because if you go in and start to look at this a little bit more, not only hedges, planters, and the like, and there's certain measurements. I think for the hedges and the planters, it can't be more than like 2.5 feet high. So somebody can't take one of those and then jump into a window or something like that. With fencing, check this out. With fencing, so I'll put lighting, and how about I add fencing here with lighting, because I want to talk about lighting here in a second. With fencing, it says fences 3 to 4 feet high only deter casual trespassers. Fences 6 to 7 feet high are considered too high to climb easily. Which, yeah, I'll agree with that. It depends on if you're getting chased by a dog, I guess, right? 6 to 7 feet high. You could probably scale that pretty quickly. And then fences 8 feet high, and I think one of you guys said possibly with strands of barbed wire at the top, means you're serious about protecting your property and often deter the more determined intruders. And so there are some guidance that is given whenever we're going through and organizing this, not only through what typically people refer to as target hardening. So whatever the target is, in this case, Walmart or the stadium, we would actually do this exercise to figure out how can we harden this target to focus on denying any access through physical means, like artificial barriers, alarms, locks, fences, and the like. And I mention that because, you know, that's something that typically we do see on the exam. And so I want to make sure that it's kind of at least somewhat familiar to you. So, but there is another thing here that I want to find really quickly. Okay, I'm going to put this into the chat. This is actually, I think I should be able to do this. I'll put this into the chat real quick. So check this out. Critical areas need to have illumination that reaches at least 8 feet with the illumination of 2 foot candles. A foot candle is a unit of measure in the intensity of light. So kind of like what I was saying before with that Venn diagram, if you have that open parking lot, the light poles have to be positioned within the correct distance apart so they can eliminate any dead spots. Now, for movies that we see, you always see it in scary movies or just movies in general, where somebody's meeting in a parking lot or in a covered parking area. You know, it'll be well lit everywhere else, and then they'll start walking, and then all of a sudden they get to a really dark spot, or maybe the light gets put out in that area over in the corner. And because of that, you know, bad things could happen. You know, bad things happen at night, right? So the zones of illumination give you coverage overlap. Oh, hold on. You guys weren't telling me that it was on the. So it gives you coverage overlap in this particular regard. And because of that, we can figure out how many of the lumens need to be to give us that Venn diagram kind of coverage or overlap between each erected pole in the parking lot. And so there is a lot of thought that goes into this when we're protecting on the physical side, and it not only with the lighting, but also, you know, with the coverage here for some of these, the video surveillance, not only externally, but internally as well. A lot of times, these businesses like this will have video cameras inside to make sure that people aren't stealing stuff. The first time I remember talking about that, it was a neat concept that somebody obviously had put together years of their experience and put it into this. But just keep in mind, you may see the CPTED come into play on your exam, and then now you can say, "Oh, hey, yeah, I remember what that is," or maybe you won't. Hopefully you do. Any questions on the CPTED? All right. So let's go back. All right, so this particular chapter there's a lot going on, and really it comes from the ground up. We're going to talk a little bit about system architecture and how that kind of works. But first and foremost, the physical security side of the house, this is stuff people usually feel pretty good about. I would tell you that while we're on the CPTED, usually we see questions on lighting, one question on lighting, one question on fencing, and then usually a question on a lock. So you could have anywhere from 1 to 3 different questions in or around physical security here. So those are typically what we see for physical security. And we'll go through and talk a little bit more about that throughout the rest of the domains. But at a high level, there is some method and madness going on here. So let's jump in and talk about how we can actually start to look at different systems and evaluate those systems. And it begins with this thing that's called the EAL level, or evaluation assurance level. Some of you maybe actually play video games, and you're familiar with EA Sports. It's in the game. That's something totally different than this. Evaluation assurance level is from the common criteria. And common criteria, which is something that you may or may not know, really comes from this trusted computer system evaluation criteria. They published the TCSEC a long time ago. First, it was the orange book, and then there was a red book, and then there was a blue book on different ways that systems should be evaluated. And so collectively here, they called it the Rainbow Series because of all the different colors of the different books. And so the Rainbow Series came to life. And that was mostly antiquated. And so, the common criteria came to life as a way that we could consistently use a framework for evaluating security requirements and making sure that we keep vendors of those products honest when evaluating. So, for instance, if one of the vendors says, something, they make a claim that, hey, my product will slice the bread for you. Well, we need to trust but verify with that. And so, the common criteria kind of outlines the different ways that we can do those things. And it begins with testing products through this EAL, different levels of assurance. And let's talk about those here. So with the common criteria, there are a number of different components that you may end up needing to evaluate. And this, I think that this picture is in your book in the security engineering. So we can talk about it. Let's just take a look here. For each, yeah, sure. While I went back on the slide here, there are 7 levels to the evaluation assurance. EAL level 1, EAL level 2, EAL level 3. You just write these out here because I don't remember off the top of my head if we're going to actually go through and talk about these a little bit more. But in a product's life cycle, there's different stages. You can have the idea, you go to prototype development, maybe a PDR, preliminary design review, a CDR, a critical design review, a test readiness review, and then an operational readiness review. And depending on the maturity of that product, you can give some detailed oriented task and provide assurances based off of this common criteria for evaluating systems. So check it out. EAL level 1, this means that it has been functionally tested. Two, structurally tested. 3, methodically tested and checked. This next one, methodically tested, hold on one second. Eraser. Methodically, I forgot, designed, tested, and then reviewed. 5 is semi-formally. Designed and tested. 6, semi-formally verified, designed, and tested. And finally here, formally verified, design, and test it. So check it out. This is the way that I usually will say it. EAL level 1. Here, For EA level 1, we got bubble gum and duct tape keeping that thing together. Literally. Like a lot of people, if they have a wire outline of how something works, people in that particular level may say, don't push that button. Don't push that button. And I'm sure you guys know what I'm talking about there. So there's a lot of hard-coded things that go on here. But essentially, somebody's chewing on some gum and they stick it together and they may put some duct tape on it. So basically, it's not very sound. And then it kind of traverses here all the way down. And as you move here, the amount of money that is invested into the product begins to finally come to life. Now, what I always think about here is that anything that shoots or lifts off would need to be a EAL7 for not only the formally verified, designed, and tested, but also for human life safety, because that is the most important thing. And at that point, you spent a ton of money going through and having independent parties test the thing. And this just doesn't happen overnight, right? This is typically, depending on what kind of product you have, how much money you have, usually people will fall in with a good product somewhere between 3 and 5. But a product that's been around for a long time may be up here near the top of the food chain, which means that, hey, there's some rigor behind that. There's a lot of value added. And that's important because usually what we see is this right here. Hold on. Stand by. I might have to find it in this break here. Yeah, I'll have to find it on the next break. But usually what we'll see is if you get a drag and drop or usually it's a drag and drop on the CISSP where they'll present to you these 7 and they'll say order from least to greatest. And they won't give you, the EAL numbers inside of them here. They'll just give you the words over here. And I'll find that on the next break and show you that's what I'm talking about. But usually it's a drag and drop where, if you get one of them wrong, you're going to probably miss the whole thing. But typically that's worth 1 point out of however many questions you have. But they like the evaluation assurance levels. So let's check it out here. If you are going through and doing a comment, first off, before I say anything here, put in the chat window and send it to me privately. Who has exposure to common criteria using these EAL levels? Anybody? Okay. So I've only been through this one time with one of the projects that I worked on. And essentially, what ends up happening here is this is pretty much an assessment, right? This is assessment. You're claiming that your product is at a certain level. And so what you end up doing is you will engage with somebody who is a certified common criteria evaluator, and they'll come and provide you an assessment. And so what they do is they will open up a folder on you and outline what you are looking for them to come in and assess. So they give you this quote unquote protection profile. What's going to be the goal for this evaluation? And so you work with them to come up with that description of what the end game is going to be. Then they say, okay, well, the target evaluation is going to be whatever we're evaluating, the product. Usually it is a product. And then you make your claim. So this is the vendor's claim right here. The vendor makes a claim. And usually the vendor will say, my stuff don't stink. Right? So their written explanation of security, functionality, insurance mechanisms, this is what our product does, and this is how it does it. And usually there's probably some embellishment on some things. And we use the idea in any of these that we trust but verify, right? That's what we want to try to do, is trust but verify. So what we'll do is you come in, you'll look at how does it work, the functional, and then what level are you using to try to have the security functionality. And so they'll evaluate not only the functional requirements, does it do what you say that it does? And then also, does it have the security that you say that it has security? And from there, it'll have the claims based off of those requirements, right? So those requirements then, just like a normal project, will come in and there will be probably some sort of requirements traceability matrix that's associated with different steps in the evaluation process that's going to happen. And then from there, this non-interested third party who's doing the assessment will give you their EAL level based off of their expertise. And then even though you claim something, if theirs doesn't match it, I mean, who cares what you say, right? I mean, this is the non-interested third party that's coming in here and doing that. So we do that to have that trust but verify, but also give a common way that we can evaluate certain things in certain products in the marketplace. And by doing that, as we go through and engineer any solutions that are out there, there's a couple of specific components that we need to make sure that we understand. And you may be more familiar with these as opposed to the previous one. So with the certification and accreditation, certification, typically that's defined as the comprehensive technical evaluation of the security components, and just as important here, security components and the compliance So that's comprehensive technical evaluation of security components and their compliance. Now, on the flip side here, the accreditation is, if you've ever been through this, you probably already know, this is actually where it's very formal. It's a formal process. And the customer typically will formally accept or formal acceptance to make sure that the adequacy of the system its overall security and functionality by whoever's paying for it. And a lot of times it's going to be management. Now that could be management. In this case, could be your government customer, could be whoever in that regard. But whatever the case, certification, the comprehensive technical evaluation of security components and their compliance, and then the accreditation, the formal acceptance of the adequacy of the system's overall security and functionality by management. So those are the difference between those two words. Usually, we define these a little bit further as typically the certification. Let's write this on here. This is typically a technical review where a lot of times what we see, it will assess any security mechanisms to make sure that they evaluate their effectiveness. So the security has been put in place, and then we evaluate if it actually does anything. So their effectiveness. So that's, let's say Jennifer says that, hey, we got this thing that does this, that, and the other thing. Well, we'll come through and certify that, lift up the hood, and verify, in fact, if it does do that. Whereas the accreditation is management's, another way to look at it here, official acceptance. Of the information or product. That's supposed to be of the, let's just put product on here. So to me, usually what accreditation means is collect paycheck. So if we're developing software for a customer has all these different requirements, we're able to meet those requirements, or we feel like we're able to meet those requirements. Once that customer goes in and plays around with it, they may certify or have somebody else, one of their testers, go through and certify that it does everything that it's supposed to do. Then we have a formal review that says, hey, we feel like we've met all the different requirements. Then we can get paid. And so that's a big deal. That's a big deal to get paid. Everybody likes getting paid. So this is, obviously the certification and accreditation comes from, the FISMA process, the Federal Information Security Management Act. And that's really there's many, many, many derivatives that stem from FISMA. So at a high level, that's typically, the evaluate, the EAL level, the enterprise or the evaluation assurance level, common criteria, certification, accreditation. These are all things that typically we will see on the exam, including but not limited to these guys right here. And this is usually where people have to make some note cards to try to memorize some of these. But let me see if I can go through and talk about some of these security models. Before I do that, any questions on anything that we covered? All right, so there's quite a few here. And this is going to be a wealth of information. And a lot of times we see questions on these security models. Okay. So let's check it out. The Bell LaPadula here, Bell LaPadula, it focuses on the confidentiality. And so when we say it focuses on confidentiality, usually one of the ways to kind of delineate or a context clue when you have a test question is it confidentiality? Is it integrity? Because that'll help you kind of filter down for whatever reason to hopefully get you to where you need to be. And so a lot of people aren't familiar with these, but hopefully the way that we kind of explain it here will put you in a position where we can have good conversations if you're interested in it. But mandatory access control is what typically is enforced by the system. And many of you are familiar with mandatory access control because the DoD locks down their devices until you have an elevated security and or an operating system certification, and then you can get administrative access. So for confidentiality purposes here, the Bell LaPadula works with what typically people call informational flows. And those informational flows they do not violate any security policies that we currently have. Okay, so they don't violate security policies. They're specifically focused on keeping things confidential. And so how is that done? Well, there's some different things that are imposed here. And let's go through and talk about them here. So discretionary type of security is typically what we call, in this case here, the strong star property. Then we have the simple security rule and the star property rule. So strong star property rule means that for someone to be able to read and write at a specific level, that they must have clearance to do so at that level. And so that's the strong star property. Sometimes it's referred to as the discretionary security, but essentially the strong star property, read and write at levels you must have the clearance to do so at that level. And to me, that kind of makes sense. Whatever you're approved to read, you can read as long as you have the clearance to do so. Whatever you have the approval to write to, you can also do that at that specific level. And so that level would mean maybe a classification level, like secret, top secret, or something like that. So that's a strong star property, right? So then underneath it here, the simple security, again, this confidentiality-based model, the Bell-LaPadula here, is the simple security is no read up, no read up. And that's important here because that means that someone cannot read any data within a level that resides at a higher security. So if you have, for instance, secret and you want to read up to top secret, if you don't have clearance, you can't have it. So no read up. And similarly here, to avoid any type of cross-pollination or tainting or leakage of information, you cannot write down. So the strong star property up top, the simple security, and then the star property here, these are the three that are specific to the Bell-LaPadula. So just let's look at this one real quick. So this says that someone cannot write, here's that keyword, write, to a level or an object at a lower security level. And to me, I mean, this kind of makes sense, kind of makes sense. So no write down, no read up, and then the read and write at levels that you have clearance to read and write at. I would say that this one is a great one to know. If I was making a flashcard, I would write, Bell-LaPadula on the front, and I would write confidentiality. I would write information flow, strong star property, simple security, star property, and kind of define those down a little bit, because this is probably one that you will see on the test. Okay. Next one here is BIBA. BIBA. For some reason, I think in the book they make a reference to this right here, but BIBA kind of sounds like Viva, and then Las Vegas, Viva Las Vegas. So BIBA Las Vegas here, you leave all integrity behind. Well, you can remember it that way, but whatever way you're going to remember it, this is an integrity model as opposed to confidentiality model. This is to ensure data integrity. And what it says is that someone cannot read data at a lower integrity level. Or conversely here, or contrastly, no write up in this particular case says that someone cannot modify or create an object at a higher integrity model. So let's talk about this for a second. Give me an example. Can anybody give me an example of what might constitute an integrity model? Okay, how so? Yeah, and if so, what would happen to that data? If it's passed up to a higher level, what might happen to the data? Yeah, might be somebody might change it, or and so the example here that they give is that they have two people working on a project team writing two different documents. So one person is drafting meeting notes for internal use, and then the other person is writing a report for the CEO. So the information that one person uses in writing his report must be very accurate and reliable. So it has to have a high level of fidelity or a high level of integrity. The other hand, if somebody is just drafting meeting notes on the work that maybe be done by a team or any ideas or anything like that, unconfirmed data or unreliable sources may be used, and then that would have a lower level of integrity. So you establish these different levels of integrity, and based off of the fidelity of that information, it has the more value as it moves up the food chain here. So they mention a few different things here when talking about the BIBA model. The no read down is actually called the simple integrity axiom. That's what that's called. And then the no write up is actually called the star integrity axiom. So that's the two main components here of these the BIBA model. The BIBA model. All right, so let's just make sure we're all on the same page. Bell LaPadula confidential, and it works on information flows. BIBA is integrity. Axioms are keywords that are associated with that. So keep that in mind as you're going through and trying to learn some of these things. Any questions on those two? Okay. So those two were created first, and then came along this Clark-Wilson model. And this is probably one of my favorites right here. This is probably one of my favorites. It uses quite a bit of things that I'm very familiar with. So typically, I can explain this pretty well. So let me do this. Let's keep that. All right, so with this Clark-Wilson model, this is one that was developed for protecting the integrity of information. And it's going to make sense here when I get done with it. Protecting the integrity of information. All right, so let's say that I have a database. Okay, so this would be my database. Inside of my database, I have 3 different tables. We'll call it the people, the places, and the things. Okay. Inside the people table here, we just kind of blow that out a little bit. Inside this people table, I might keep certain data attributes about people. Things like, for instance, SSN, first name, last name, date of birth, sex, address, height, weight, and whatever else. That's good enough for now. So this data in the people table, inside of this database, should be pristine. Okay? And we want to have a high level of integrity of that data. All right? We want to keep the integrity of that data in check. So in order to do that, we have to have certain ways that we accept any of the CRUD operands, right? We talked about this earlier. Create, update, read, update, delete. That's the CRUD. I started to get confused there. So we especially with the create and update, we have to be able to figure out a way that we can enforce the integrity. And to enforce the integrity, we will use what's called a constraint. Now, the best way for me to describe a constraint would be to think about a dog and how if your dog, if you're walking the dog and you have a 6-foot leash with the dog, then the dog is constrained to walk with you 6 feet apart, right? If it's a 30-foot leash, your constraints are still there, but they're more liberal with the amount of space that you let the dog go to. If you didn't have a leash, which sometimes I see people in my neighborhood walking around with dogs with no leash, I mean, hopefully the dog is trained, they can walk next to you. But we constrain the animal, the dog here, to try to walk with us as we're going around the neighborhoods. And that metaphor, that paradigm is the same that we want to do with any attribute that we as a system or a piece of software, we want to only accept pristine attributes. Pristine attributes. So if I'm building software or if I have a system and I take, you may have heard of this before, if I allow garbage to come in, then a lot of times I'll get garbage out. And so that is where the garbage in, the garbage out comes from this Clark-Wilson model. Because without constraints, we're going to get garbage. Check it out. If I, up here, say that I want to put a constraint of is numeric, and another constraint that it has to be 9 characters for the SSN, then if somebody puts in a letter, or if it's not 9 characters, it kicks back an error to that person, says, nope, try again, or invalid entry into SSN, right? The database will tell you, no, you can't put that in because I'm looking for all numbers, right? The same would go for first name here. We would call that we could put a constraint on it, is letter. That's how I'm going to say that, is letter. And there's no character value per se for F name, first name, because some people got really long names. Same thing for the last name. It would be only letters. So it is a letter, right? So, or we could say is not numeric, right? So we don't want any numbers. And there's no constraint on how long it is. For the date of birth, maybe we want to put a constraint in there that only accepts month, date, y. Only accepts it in that format. So no other format would be accepted there. For sex, we say yes, please. No, that's something totally different. My mind's in the gutter there, guys. Sorry. Hopefully I just woke somebody up. So sex, we would accept either a male or female or M or F. For address, maybe there's, no constraints. For height, maybe we want it in inches. So we say, hey, give us, in inches only. And then weight, we say for that is numeric. Okay. So these all now, each one of these, with the exception of address, become what's called a constrained data item, or a CDI for short. Okay, so SSN, F name, L name, DOB, sex, height, weight, all get put into the constraints. We put constraints on it. Whereas the address, since we don't have any constraints on there, we would call that an unconstrained data item. Okay. UDI. So there is some relevance here. There's some reasons why we do this. And primarily what we're looking to do here is, see you, buddy. Have a good night. If we develop something, so we start with the data and we kind of build our way out from that, right? If we have user over here who, he's doing his thing or she's doing her thing, this user is, on their computer, and sure enough, they're hitting up a website. So this is a website here. Okay. If we were to allow that user to just connect to the database, just any user out there, I mean, they may be able to put in whatever they want into those things. If they have access to the database, they might be able to do that. So what we do with this Clark-Wilson model is we try to protect the integrity of information by having a constrained data item, an unconstrained data item, and we typically will try to create what's called a well-formed transaction. So think about this. If you have a website and on the website there is a user form, okay? So that user form or form, you're filling that out. It's asking you for your SSN, your first name, your last name, your date of birth, your sex, your address, your height, your weight. You fill that out. The happy path would be a well-formed transaction that would go ahead and insert or create, update data inside the database table. But if you start to just type in bogus stuff into this web form, and that web form does not adhere to what we're saying is a well-formed transaction, well, we got problems, Pookie. We got problems, right? Because something's got to be done with that. And so there's a couple of things that we can do. And so let me just show you here what we can do. So we take that data from that user in this particular concept. And from that, when the person hits submit, it goes to what's called an integrity verification procedure, which if intuitively you look at that IVP here, right? And the word integrity verification procedure kind of implies that some validation routine is going to be done on that. So we're going to go through, we're going to validate each one of these fields, and we're going to check to see if they match what we're looking for. Okay? So if they do not match what we're looking for, then what we would do is we would put those elements into a transformation procedure. Or a TP. So if they match, that's great. If not, they're going to go into the transformation procedure. And once they have been transformed, once the elements have been transformed, then now it gets processed into that thing that I mentioned before, a well-formed transaction. And it can be inserted into the database table. So again, user, in this case, the Clark-Wilson, if you're following along in your book, the user would be an active agent right? They hit up a website or some, interface in between the database and them. They hit a submit button. There's a validation routine, and that's called the verification procedure. Essentially validates. Just like the next one says, this will actually transform the data into the proper format. And then from there, boom, it'll insert it into the table if everything works out properly. If not, it'll kick it back. And using this model right here, allows us to, just like I said before, allows us to be picky about the data that we accept going into our table. It must be pristine, and we could say that it has a high level of integrity because we have the integrity verification procedures, the transformation procedure, and it is associated with what's called a well-formed transaction. So from that, the Clark-Wilson model was born, and typically, this is the paradigm for anyone that is building a secure, dynamic web application. That's what we're going to try to do here, is have some sort of flow like this right here, where we're doing checks, we have constraints. We want to try to limit the number of UDIs in there because we don't want the garbage in and garbage out. So we try to constrain it as much as we possibly can. All right, somebody had a question here. Can I go back? Can I go back for a second? Still need me to go back? Okay. Any questions on that? All right, let's take a quick commercial break here. It's 2:53. Come on back at 3 o'clock. Come on back at 3 o'clock, and we'll keep going. Okay, let's keep on going here. So this last one that I'm going to review is what's called the Chinese wall model. And if you've never heard of this before, that's okay. Typically, it's either people either refer to it as the Chinese wall model, or sometimes they refer to it by the people that created it, the Brewer-Nash model. And what this does is it tries to protect against a conflict of interest. So I remember when I was the president of a nonprofit organization. Sometimes we would get vendors that would come in and we would buy stuff from. But anytime that I had somebody who either I was friendly with or a friend of mine that was interested in coming and pitching things to us, what I would typically do is I would recuse myself. And kind of like what Carrie Underwood says is Jesus, take the wheel. You put your hands up, and when you do that, you recuse yourself, let somebody else have a non-interested third party make the decision. That way, there's no, it passes the sniff test. So you remove yourself and kind of chuck it over the wall to see if, in fact, they can make it through the other people on your board of directors. So we do this by the user behavior. So on the fly or programmatically here, that you can actually change any access rules based off of users' behavior. Now that seems a little interesting if you've never thought about that before, but if a user is doing something they shouldn't be doing, then dynamically you can catch what they're doing and change their access permissions based off of whatever they're doing within your organization. And then what ends up happening is instead of somebody, maybe a friend or a buddy that's in a different department that's maybe monitoring you, being responsible for and maybe being able to be coerced to not report it, it is reported to a non-interested third party. And from that way, you can then, from a security professional perspective, you can recuse yourself or remove yourself from the situation. So there's nothing bad that you're not gonna get in trouble for doing favors for your friends, because that never happens, right? So that's really where the Chinese wall model comes into play. And there's so many times where you may feel like that you need to practice that, but typically we don't have a wall initially, and then at some point, we start building that wall. Maybe as we continue to work with people, and then from there, we know right from wrong, and because of that, hey, you know what? Let me go ask somebody else and see if they can help you. I'm a little too close to it. So that's really where the Brewer-Nash and the Chinese wall model come into play. So as you're going through and learning these, keep that in mind that these are some of the more popular ones that we see on the exam. All right. Let me bring something up real quick. All right. We'll put some things in the chat here and let's see if you guys can recognize it. Yes, that's right, Ryan. Good. That's fine. All right, so that one. Yes, good, Amos. All right, this type of attack looks for vulnerabilities, and they're best addressed by implementing bounds checking. That would be a buffer overflow attack. Buffer overflow. What about this one right here? All right, so this was developed to provide globally recognized evaluation criteria. That is the common criteria, common criteria. All right, how about this? The common criteria uses protection profiles, security targets, and ratings to provide assurance ratings for targets of evaluations. How many ratings are there? That's right, good. Good. Yeah, 7 of them, right? EAL 1 to EAL 7. 1 is the worst, 7 is the best. Good. All right, what about this? This is the technical evaluation of a system or product and its security components. This is the technical evaluation of a system or product and its security components. Doug, no. Amos, no. Alicia, yes. Yeah, Doug, good. Amos, no. We were looking for certification is the technical evaluation of a system or product and its security components. What about this next one? This is management's formal approval and acceptance of security provided by a system. Ryan, no. Amos, yes. Doug, yes. Jennifer, yes. Alicia, yes. Yes, good, good. Yeah, we were looking for accreditation there. What about this right here? This combines the physical environment and sociology issues that surround it to reduce crime rates and the fear of crime. It's funny. Yeah, so we were looking for crime prevention through environmental design, or CPTED right there, CPTED. All right, good. All right, so hopefully you can spend a little bit of time looking over some of the components of this domain. There's a bunch of things on system architecture, like how does a computer work, like CPU, RAM, ROM, what hardware is, those kind of things. What an operating system is. And we'll make sure that we're able to get in and talk about some of them. So I want to go into one more slide here and then jump into cryptography. And so let's go ahead and do that. All right, so within any type of security architecture, there's going to be what's called a domain. And the domain is a logically it's logically combined. Really, it's an abstract, logically combined way to control devices on a network. And we'll talk more about domains when we get into identity and access management, talking about Active Directory. Really, Active Directory, we'll talk about that tomorrow in great detail. With Active Directory, you actually can create a domain on what's called a domain controller. And that's a server that Microsoft allows you to have an add-on for. If you're not familiar with virtual machines, then you may want to brush up on those a little bit. Ton of different things to talk about, but with virtual machines, they use what's called a hypervisor. And the hypervisor chip set, it has to be enabled in order for you to be able to have a host operating system, a host OS, right? So maybe you're running Windows 10, and then once you have that host operating system, you enable the hypervisor chipset, and then at that point, using software like VMware, VirtualBox, maybe something like Hyper-V, which is a Microsoft product. Once you have your host operating system installed, like Windows 10 or whatever server, then you can start to install guest operating systems. And those guest operating systems typically are virtual machines. We'll talk more about that probably on tomorrow afternoon. One thing that I want to make sure that we talk about is this TCP or TCB right here, Trusted Computing Base. So this is a collection of systems that essentially gives you a way, a collection of system components that allows you to control security policy. And so what that does is it can protect the system, but also give you what's called a security perimeter. And these trusted computing bases can be things like hardware, software, or any type of firmware as well. So collection of system components that control security policy. And typically, the trusted computing base, you have these policies to protect the system. So if you are on a domain, for instance, and you join the domain, you must adhere to the policies on the domain while you're there. And then that would be part of a trusted computing base. Typically within a domain, you have what's called a group policy object, a GPO. Group policy object, which is essentially what Microsoft calls its security objects, a GPO. So this thing called a reference monitor is kind of like a middleman that runs in the background. And it checks to see if you have access to a resource before you access it. So it refers to something that's on file, like maybe a security policy or an access control list or something like that. It references that, and it makes sure that anybody who wants to have access to a resource, I'm going to check your credentials prior to you accessing the resource. And that's typically what we refer to as the reference monitor. It runs in the background. So this is more of an abstract concept, right? Can't put your finger on it. But it checks to see if you have access to resource before you try accessing. Well, I say that's abstract because the security kernel actually is the mechanism that enforces the reference monitor. And what it does is it tries to make it tamper-proof. The kernel tries to make it tamper-proof. By looking at each access attempt and making a decision on whether or not somebody is granted access or denied. So by looking at each access attempt, and then I'll just put grant and deny right there. Okay. So the last one here is the security policy that really determines the level of security a system provides. is based on how well the security policy is enforced. So the security policy, it determines the level of security. Based on enforcement. And those policies could be, those group policy objects in Active Directory. That could be grants, denies, those kinds of things. So typically, the security policy will determine the level of security, and usually you'll have to have some sort of log that will alert you if somebody's trying to access something that they shouldn't be accessing. So the input output here, I want to just briefly touch on that, and then we'll jump into cryptography here. This is related to memory management. Of a system. And with the memory management, usually what we'll see is some sort of garbage collection, which usually means that, if you're not using a resource for a given period of time, it'll automatically either suppress that as a process, whatever process is running, to try to avoid garbage collection, tries to help avoid what's called memory starvation. And so things that you aren't using, or you haven't used in a while, that are running in the background, it may suppress the RAM that's consumed through a process called garbage collection via the I/O. And that's because we want to try to have as much RAM as available as we possibly can whenever we're going through and trying to be productive on our machines. All right. Any questions on that? So if you guys go and take a look at some of these slides, or take a look at the domain again, and you see things that are to you not as familiar, write them down, and we'll talk about it. I'm more than happy to talk about them, whatever level of discussions you want to talk about. So what I want to do is I want to jump into cryptography, and I want to just talk about cryptography and hopefully give you a chance to understand it a little bit better. So let me put something into the chat. Make sure you reply back to me privately. Okay. Well, looks like one of you guys is going to be teaching this thing. Perfect. This is something that I've grown to love over time. It really started for me when I was in my master's program, taking a modern cryptography class. I became much more friendly with these different concepts. But I'm not going to just read those to you. Let's just go ahead and jump right in. So with basic types of cryptography, we start off with what we call clear text or plain text, right? We typically will have some sort of is right in here, right? So we pass the plain text over to the algorithm, and then that plain text runs through the algorithm and it encrypts it, and then it becomes ciphertext. And the same thing with this decryption process. We have to run it through that algorithm. Let me just draw it over here as well. Little gear, right? And you know, we run it through once, and then we send it, and then we run it through. Same thing on the other side, and then it comes back to the plain text. So that in its basics for how does it work? And I say that because we can make this as complex as we want to, but it doesn't have to be. Doesn't have to be. And I feel like we should have a great conversation here on what cryptography does for us. So let's go through for cryptography. In order for you and I to exchange cryptographic messages, what we have to do is we both have to figure out how we can agree upon a common. And so the crypto system would be anything out there that maybe a piece of software you use, a piece of software I use, or if we're inside of a domain, a piece of software that all of our people use, like PKI, which we'll talk about a little bit. But a crypto system gives us two of the three in the CIA triad. You know, it's really the antithesis of really what it's trying to do. So it provides confidentiality. It does integrity because we can digitally sign stuff, right? And digital signatures are essentially hashes. The confidentiality, it allows us to encrypt. As long as we have the key. We can authenticate people because they are within what's called the web of trust, which is essentially the crypto system. Sometimes you hear it called the realm of trust. And only those that are authorized are sent. So if you aren't sent a message and you don't know who it's from, or if somebody signs it with a key that you don't have, then you're not going to see it. So the authorization, it really goes both ways, where if you're the intended recipient, you are authorized to view or decrypt that information. Otherwise, you're not going to be able to. Finally here, this or any type of crypto system offers a huge word, and anybody that is taking a or anybody who is a CISSP probably is familiar with this word right here, non-repudiation. Hold on one second. I don't know if I can play this. But you know what? Why not? All right, that's all I'm going to play because it starts to get a little wonky there. But that means non-repudiation means that you can't deny that a message was sent or received. And so the Tupac song that I play right there, you can't deny that the message was sent or received. It's just kind of a funny little way for me to bring that up. Can I go back one slide? Here. Okay. All right. So non-repudiation, that's what we're looking for. And so in classical types of cryptography, you guys are going to like this. So in classical types of cryptography, this has been around since the beginning of time. Some people would argue that the ancient form of cryptography. Other people would say that the Kama Sutra, it being as taboo as it is a form of cryptography. And really, it started with a way or needing a way to get a message from point A to point B. So if we have let's just say, we have King Amos right here. All right. And then down here, we have King Ben. And then over here, let's just say we have the evil King. Sorry, Ryan. We're going to throw you under the bus there, buddy. So King Amos over here and King Ben, these guys are allies. All right, this guy and this guy are allies. Obviously, with a name like Evil King Ryan here, he's the arch enemy. But it's probably because we just don't know. Right? King Ryan, picking on all of his troops and killing all of his guys. So he says, you know what? We're going to get our running crazy wild guy, our fleet of foot guy, fleet of foot, and we'll call him Sir Doug-a-Lot. Sir Doug, he's the fleet of foot. Okay? So friends with King Amos, or being paid by King Amos. And over here, Elisha is the sage wise one who is telling King Amos that we need to send a message over to King. Okay, perfect. What's the message? Well, so what the sage Elisha here decides is that we will get a staff that commonly was called a siktale, rhymes with itale, so siktale, and this staff would have a knot that would allow King Amos here to take his piece of rich papyrus and wrap the papyrus around the staff. And while it's wrapped around the staff here, what he might do is, let me just draw it down here a little bit more. Let's say that this is the piece of papyrus wrapped around the staff. T, A, C, K, and then at D, A, W, N. And if you can, just play my little reindeer game with me. As it's wrapped around here, you know, there's a notch up top and a notch down below. So when we unravel it, now this long piece of papyrus would have A here, T here, K here. I don't want to mess up somebody. I won't lose somebody here. So attack, and then right here, and then D, A, W, N. When we unravel it, right? When we unravel it, it says attack at dawn. And then what the sage Elisha would say is, let's go ahead and put in some other stuff. So, you know, let's do D, V, F, E, number 1, 2, and then F, T, D, K, C, whatever, right? So we fill in the rest of it here. So then it's obfuscated. We've obfuscated it here, that with the intent that we've tried to hide it, so it doesn't say attack at dawn. It may say you know, I can't read that. What are you talking about? Whatever. So we ravel this thing up into the Dead Sea Scroll here. And then King Amos puts his stamp of approval. Hold on. Let me put the red. He melts some wax. He puts the stamp on it. He gives it to the old fleet of foot, Sir Doug. And Sir Doug now begins the trek to deliver the message. But all the while, and his goons, King Ryan and his goons, that sounds like a great band, doesn't it? King Ryan and his goons. What he would do is he'd be waiting for Sir Doug-a-Lot to, or somebody to possibly be coming across the valley that, you know, the evil king is looking. And so, you know, he's on top here. He's, you know, him and his goons come down here, and they say, "Halt! Who goes there?" And Sir Doug says, "It's me, Sir Doug. And King Evil Rhine and his goons intimidate him at first, but then he says, you know what? Let's go ahead and just treat him right here. Hey, Sir Doug, where are you going? And Sir Doug says, well, I'm not going anywhere, really. Oh, really? Then you won't mind if I do. Well, where are you really going? Well, I'm supposed to deliver a message to King Ben. Oh, really? You are? Well, I tell you what, back here in the back, here we have we have a little tent, and inside the tent here, we'll call this my harem here. And inside we have some ladies and some. I tell you what, why don't you go drink some wine while you're back there, and give me that scroll, and we'll have my sage Jennifer here. Read the scroll. So evil King Rhine, and I guess that would imply evil sage Jennifer, now have the scroll right here, right? His groove on back here in the ancient party room, right? And so he's back there getting drunk as skunk as a tree trunk, and Jennifer's now taking a look at this. She unravels it and sees this garbage. And then she starts thinking to herself, what the heck is going on here? And so from that, make a copy of this, just for giggles and grins. So then, she makes a copy of that, and that may take her a little while to do that, but she makes a copy. Now she has an ancient Xerox, if you will, of the message. So this guy now, Doug, comes stumbling and bumbling out of here, and he's like, "Hey, I need to go deliver my my message." And these guys ask a few more questions. How are we supposed to read that message? Well, I don't know. And what they decide to do is, instead of beating him up, they just give him the message, and he's on his merry way, right? So the message was intercepted here by the evil king, and the sage made a copy, and but there was no integrity that was lost with that, right? And so King Ben down here, and we'll say Hugh. King Ben now is delivered from Sir Doug this message. He unravels it, and he's like, "What am I supposed to do with this?" And then Sir Doug says, "Oh yeah, they used this long staff that was probably about this long, and it had a notch up here and a notch down there. And then what they did is they unraveled, and it said that right there. So it says attack at dawn." And so King Ben is like, "Oh, okay, that sounds great. Why don't we go ahead and write something back?" So then, similarly to the process before, he takes a clean sheet of papyrus, that literally grew on trees, and then he wraps his around there, and he said, "We will be there at 0800, right? He unravels it, and then it just becomes gibberish, kind of like this right here, the original. So now the new message has been created and crafted, and it's been approved by the sage Hugh, and then stamped with the wax ring. Sir Doug now has had some time to rest, and then now he goes back on the the path. So he gets back here, and sure enough, evil King Ryan and his gang of goons here are waiting. And you know what? This time, Sir Doug was actually looking forward to it, right? He was looking forward to it. The Dothraki horde here that was in between. And now these loose lips, hopefully it doesn't sink the ship, but King Ryan comes down and off the mountaintop, he's like, "Hey, Sir Doug-a-Lot, how you doing?" And he's like, "Hey, I was hoping that, maybe I could get back into the VIP room back there." And Evil King says, "Well, yeah, sure, but not so fast. Where are you going?" And he says, "Well, yeah, I just came from King Ben." And he's like, "Rrr?" And Sage Jennifer's like, "Rrr?" Okay, King Ben, that's delivered a message over to King Amos. Oh, really? Interesting. Cool. Well, I tell you what, man, why don't you give us the message? And he's like, I don't know about that, man. I don't know about that. So then, the evil king here says, well, I tell you what, you got two options. I can give you this big old bag of gold right here. All right? I'll give you this big old bag of gold. And my horde in the party room. Or I tell you what, nice guy I am, I'll give you a knuckle sandwich. So one or the other. Which one do you want? Or maybe sometimes you hear this referred to as the rubber hose method, where you get a rubber hose and beat the hell out of the person. So in this particular case, he chooses the bribery technique, and now digest it, and they're saying, okay, well, how are we supposed to read this? And he says, well, I don't know. And then evil King Ryan comes back and he says, I tell you what, why don't you see if you got a better memory here? Here's another bag of gold. And then, Doug says, oh yeah, now I remember. There's a staff that's about this long, and it's got a notch up here and a notch down here. And then they just wrap the, Jennifer, because she's long in the tooth, she remembered that same sort of process along the Silk Road whenever she was traveling with her man Marco Polo. And because of that, she said, oh, yes, I remember. So, they take the original message here and they wrap it around the Sictale, and they're able to see Attack of Dawn. Over here. And then they take this next message right here and they wrap it around the Sictale, and they're able to see we will be there at 0800. So she has a great idea. She says, okay, if these guys are looking to attack at dawn tomorrow, and I tell you what, why don't we, now that we've deciphered this message, why don't we rewrite the message and say, we will be there at 10:00. And then, they put the stuff in between it here, and then somehow they're able to take the wax seal or the candle seal. Essentially what they've done is they've captured the message. Now they've altered the message by having a man in the middle attack and taking the known ciphertext and being able to perform an attack on it using the key that was given, and essentially has changed it by 2 hours. Now, to normal people, 2 hours may not be a big deal, but since he has, like we said, the Dothraki horde behind him, right? 2 hours should be enough time. So then, after Sir Doug is done, he takes his money, he jumps back on his camel or whatever he's riding. He takes the new message, not knowing anything because, he's had some fun back there. And then, he now goes on his merry way with the new message. Delivers it to King Amos. The sage Elisha says, oh, okay. So instead, we've decided to change the plan from dawn at 1000, right? So let's just be clear here. King Ben thinks he's going at 0800, right? The message over here says 1000. Let's attack at 1000. There's going to be a 2-hour delta. So then dawn comes. King Ben brings his 10,000 people here. And there's no sign of King Amos. Evil Rhine circles around King Ben and defeats him. King Amos comes, and sure enough, now the Dothraki horde comes and is able to overwhelm King Amos as well. And this is one of the main reasons why security through obscurity and classical cryptography using either a transposition where you move the position encrypted text, or you can do substitution. So either way, of those classical cryptographies, there was one key here. And the key was kind of a naive approach to be able to try to obfuscate it, right? So if the key is 3 feet, you may not be able to wrap the entire message around it. If it's 6 feet, it may be too long. That's kind of what we're dealing with, right? That stuff don't happen. And I say, maybe you're right, but let's just check and make sure. So this is Indiana Jones and the Raider of the Lost Ark. If you've never seen it, he has the Staff of Ra, R-A, the sun god. And since that staff is the perfect height and the medallion is original, now at a certain time of day, in a certain location, you can plug the staff in with the medallion on the top, and the sun will navigate you to the Ark of the Covenant. How convenient, right? For old Indy there to be able to make that happen. So that's pretty cool. But essentially what ends up happening here? Well, we exchanged between the King Amos team over here and King Ben because they were allies. Maybe that was an in-person meeting or, whatever. But they would have had to know that you wrap it around and there's a notch here, there's a notch here. And through process of elimination, these guys probably could figure that out as well. So this, some of the other ones. So let's go through and I'll give you an example here. And let's see if you can just figure something out. Okay. Because I'm going to put something up on the screen here. And the intent is that you get to ask me only one question. And I'll put something, make sure you don't send it to everybody. You only get to ask one question. So make sure that you so if you saw something like this right here, you can ask one question. Let's see who can figure out this ciphertext. All right, good question, Alicia. Fantastic. I'm going to send you back something here. That's the right question, by the way. Good question, Amos. That's what we need right there. Boom. That's the correct question. Don't be shy now. Feel free to ask questions, but only one. Oh, excellent question, Doug. All right, so I'm going to give out I'm going to give something out here to everybody. man. I appreciate it. Good, Ryan. Alicia, good. You are correct. All right, we'll give you 2 more minutes and then we'll keep on trucking. Oh, thank you, Amos. That's nice. What Route 13 looks like. You put A through M and then N through Z. A becomes N, B becomes O, C becomes P, D becomes Q, E becomes R, and so on, so on, so on. That's how Route 13 works. All right, so the answer, and there's a number of different ways you can do that. You could take the manual approach, or you can just type it in to a website and get it to automatically do it for you. Either way is it's favorable. So let me just show you here what we have for homework tonight, and then we'll get you guys out of here. If you go out to the Ninja, there are 2 things that we'll go ahead and do. These right here. One is the a drag and drop worksheets where you'll go through and just kind of drag and drop them. And then another one is the crypto and PKI one. These should be pretty straightforward. I just say, name 2 algorithms, symmetric, asymmetric, hash. You should be able to do that. 2 algorithms that are block and stream site. A little bit digging. So go through and see if you can knock these out tonight, and that'd be fantastic if you could. Tomorrow we're going to go through the remainder of PKI. We'll also go through communications, network security, identity and access management, and probably get into some operations security tomorrow. So that's where we're at. Any questions?
How do we access the recordings from this if we needed to?
So I'm going to actually put those out here on the Cyber Ninja tonight, and I'll make sure that I send you out a link to that, okay? They're in the raw format. I get them off of the WebEx, and I'll pop those out there tonight.
Awesome. Thank you.
Yeah, no problem. All right. If there's no other questions, we'll see you tomorrow. Have a good night.